Hey everybody, we're back. Yeah, I think that was pretty good. Not true, fear can in fact kill you. The stress caused by intense fear can indeed lead to cardiac arrest. And Bane has redeemed Digital Devil Saga New Game Plus. Awesome. How you doing, Bane? I pressed that button. You don't have sound alerts anymore. I lost the sound alerts. Let me go through the sound alerts page again. Da, 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 da. Yeah, that's good enough. You do not. I do not support negative points. I find it weird that fucking... Alright, we're going around. I find it weird that eBay offers nectar points. I hate that though. So now I've got to work out when I'm going to do Digital Devil Saga. Sunday I'm thinking about starting SMT 1 for the 200 follower goal award. Oh yeah, we've also lost all of the all of the quotes that were made from June onwards. We've lost all of those. And Seeker's redeemed Final Fantasy VII Remake playthrough modded. Clem is probably going to be upset when he sees that because he wanted to do that. I mean, we're currently in the middle of like a point redemption at the minute. This is Teek's last point redemption. Yeah, I was thinking about starting... Well, I lost everything that was on the SSD. Which includes, like, the file I had for the chatbot. So what I had to do to recover it is make a backup of what I had. Fucking yes. Make a backup of what I had from the laptop before we got the computer. So the quotes we have are the quotes from when I got the computer. From, like, before I got the computer. The quotes will be in streams. Oh no. It'll just be a case of, like, going through every stream from, like, June to November, or early December, I think it was, and finding them. And then re-recording them. They were good quotes. No, I don't want to reset this, because, like, I'm not going to get that headshot again. It was a good headshot. I'll have to just, like, sit down and go through them at some point. A lot of footage. But yeah, I was thinking about starting, because, like, we lost the Suikoden save footage as well. So I've moved that up the list That's now going to be the 300 follower point goal. 300 follower goal game, Suikoden 1 and 2. Breath of Fire is 250, and I put SMT as 200 as it was originally intended. You're supposed to just like look away from each other, aren't they?
Respond. Wesker? Monster chains. Treat. Not says. Away from woods outside the mansion.
Yeah, as was originally intended with Shin Megami Tensei. So I'm thinking about starting that on Sunday. Doing those as the guaranteed Sunday stream. You just need to face away from each other, right? Hey, how you doing, Kara? That's supposed to be north. Okay, so that's south. Need it to be western. There we go. Alright, I'll need to grab the crest while I'm in the cabin. So yeah, so I'm thinking about doing Shin Megami Tensei on the Sundays. Working my way through that. Could be fun. I think the best result of like taking so long to actually end up doing that is that we get to do the PlayStation version of that now, which is the version I've always wanted to do. Got some nice quality of life improvements from the original. Like the PS1 version came out in like 2001, which was after SMT2 and If and Persona 1. Also after like Persona, but I think both parts of Persona 2, but that's not the point. Because that's not a first-person dungeon crawler. But like, it's got some nice quality of life improvements because of that. I'm always down for quality of life improvements. Yeah, Digital Devil Saga, I'm not sure when I'll work it out. Although I do want to work it out soon. Because I do want to play Digital Devil Saga again. I've spoken with Chance. The intention was for us to go through it together. Chance was planning to... Chance has been unavailable for an extended period. So I've spoken to Chance, and what we're going to do is end up doing a third playthrough of Digital Devil Saga. To go through it with Chance. So, look forward to that. That will be a playthrough that Chance will redeem. FF7 modded, though. Like, am I going to work that out? Do I just drop, like, after we're done with this, do I just drop everything else and do both Digital Devil Saga and FF7? I didn't grab the crest. Good then. Are we getting audio through for the game? Is that coming through alright? It should be. Just, I don't understand why she knocks him out and then doesn't kill him. Excellent, thanks, man. But yeah, I've been saying, like, do Parasite Eve, though, because I was supposed to do that for Christmas. And Clem has been very excited about the idea. There's a zombie out here now. Fuck am I? Realizes the importance of blocking. I find it makes her less scary overall. It's like, oh yeah, no, she had the opportunity but fell victim to being a dumb villain. Which really shouldn't be a thing. Fucking birds! I'm also looking forward to Parasite Eve. As I say, my intention was to do it for Christmas. Like Arkham Origins. It's supposed to be a pretty short game. It's like what we could end up doing is like SMT on Sundays, just on regularly making any kind of progress to it. God, it's fucking huge. SMT on Sundays. Start Parasite Eve and alternate that with Digital Devil Saga. And then once Parasite Eve's done, alternate Digital Devil Saga with FF7 Remake. Or leave FF7 Remake until we're done with Digital Devil Saga. Since they're both RPGs, have the whole originally intended idea of RPG on RPG, RPG on RPG. I'll grab you on the way back. We were doing we started Lego Star Wars the Skywalker Saga.
This is Brad.
I probably should continue that.
Bravo team, it doesn't matter. Respond. I repeat, this is Brad. This is Chris. Brad?
Well, Digital Devil Saga was redeemed first.
Broken.
I hate dogs in this game. Run, Chris. I've got the mods and stuff set for FF7 Remake. T-Cast, it might be clear. Somebody asked on Discord whether it's just going to be like one set. It might have been Clem actually asking. Somebody asked at some point. About like, am I going to do? Have I just got like a set of mods picked out? And the answer is not really. I've got a bunch of mods I want to do, but because of how long the game is, I think it will also work with like switching mods in and out with each session. Like, we start the game off with like a specific cloud mod, and then the next session has a different cloud mod. And so we've been through all the cloud mods that I've got. Because we got some nice ones. We have the obvious Advent Children one. Fuck off, birds. The obvious Advent Children costumes for everybody. Which, like, I did not realise Barrett is just wearing, like, a mesh instead of a shirt for that. That's ridiculous. I'm like, there's some fun one. Yeah, we'll move them in and out. There's some gameplay mods. Like, that one mod, one idea that Teak has been talking about basically anytime Final Fantasy VII Remake comes up, that causes your allies to also generate aggro. Got a mod for that. And, like, I agree with him, honestly. Fucking dumb. Honestly, I'm absolutely fine with the idea of doing Digital Devil Saga anyway. It's on there because I wanted to do it again. Anyway. Plus, there is that Demi-Fiend fight. Pixel mod? It doesn't ring a bell. Possibly. Put you up. Pixel mod. I've seen a mod to replace the characters with polygonal versions. I didn't get it though. Oh, that, yeah. I've seen it, I didn't get it. I might get it though. There's no pictures for it. Well, if you guys remember the Resident Evil 3 Remake modded stream, like, you guys know I'm absolutely down for the nostalgia stuff. I don't have anything I need. Like getting Nemesis in his original design, getting Jill in her original outfit, having the menu set up to look like the original. So if there's the option for stuff like that, chances are I'm going to use it. Same with FF7. One. Yeah, I'll have to see about turning those off. Okay, so that's a red eye. Honestly, a big part of the thought of it, don't fucking spit at me. A big part of the desire with like stuff like this as the point redemption is like, I know you guys are just building up points. I wanted to give you something that it felt like you could use them for. Like, trying to think of games that I'm willing to go through. 3, 5... and green, that was a 6 or a 9. Like, stuff that'd be interesting, stuff that'd be worth doing, I guess. Like, 10 years of Resident Evil is kind of a neat idea. History of stylish action, something I hope you guys would be into. Dump this now. You know what? Since that's right there, just grab it. Throw it right in the box. Yeah, the Richter playthrough of Symphony of the Night, which is like the cheapest thing, because that's like an hour and a half. Well, Chrono Trigger's just on the schedule. Chrono Trigger's just coming up. $100,000 also is probably kind of excessive. Part of the reason why Digital Devil Saga and FF7 Remake are priced as they are is because of length. Chrono Trigger's like way short. Chrono Trigger could be like a 50,000. We do Chrono Trigger. What we could do, like I say, it's coming up. I think would you do that after Crisis Core? Like, it's Parasite Eve, Crisis Core, Chrono Trigger. Because it is Chrono Trigger. Just out of the fucking door. What we could do though is like, once we've done Chrono Trigger, you took too much. Once we've done Chrono Trigger, we could always like have a Chrono Trigger replay for like a different ending. As a point reward. What's the key? Number 1. I want to do what I did last time and go down there too early. Yeah, like Chrono Trigger replay for different endings could be a good point reward. We could have like a cheaper point reward as well for like moving stuff up the schedule. Like you check the schedule on the Discord and it's like, oh yeah, no, there's something there that I want to see, but it's quite a ways down. Like here's 30,000 points maybe, I don't know. And like it becomes the next game we do. That would require people to actually look at it. Look at the schedule, people. Be excited about the schedule. Some fun stuff on. A lot of variety on there as well. I've really tried to go with the variety. What is in here? There we go. The key. Are you falling down by now? Jump that gun. Yeah, we got the Richter playthrough. The Virgil playthroughs, Devil May Cry 3, 4, and 5. I don't know, I'd try to come up with something you guys would enjoy. That way we can like try and burn through all the points you've all saved up. This isn't where this is where I want to go. Try and burn through all the points you've got saved up, so then you have to save points up for the rewards that you want. I'm taking a look at a ROM hack for Castlevania Portrait of Ruin that's been kind of interesting. Circle of the Realm, I think it's called. Sets itself up as a sequel to Circle of the Moon. Kinda neat. I took another look at the that Skies of Arcadia ROM hack that rebalances the game to be more challenging. I'm thinking I might give that a go on my own time, see how I feel about it. Yeah, if I think it's worthwhile, maybe see about doing that for stream. Third playthrough of Skies of Arcadia. There's the FF7 new threat mod that I do want to get around to. I've done a little bit of it. I've done the first reactor in that, and it's pretty interesting so far, both in terms of gameplay and... It'd take you just in case. Story changes.
Richard!
Oh, hey, Richard.
Chris!
Chris, don't be a fucking
Chris,
moron.
stop! No! Richard.
Good work, Chris. You got him killed. That was entirely your fault. Run, Chris. A Breath of Fire, I've been looking at a ROM hack called War of the Goddess, which seems to be like kind of a... yeah, making sure he's the only member of his team that survives it is special. War of the Goddess, which seems to be like a mashup of ideas. Reworking the script to be better, localization, making it match terms and references from later in the series. That kind of thing. Along with doubling XP and money rewards, which is something I'm absolutely down for, because the older RPGs that just pad themselves out because through grinding. Where's the level? There we go. Taking bets, guys. 1, 2, or 3. Yeah, makes sense. Number 3? Alright. I would like to go through Breath of Fire, though.
Emergency. Unknown source of pressure detected. Locking all doors to achieve maximum safety.
Largely because, like, I'm pretty sure I've mentioned this, but, like, we had Breath of Fire 4 when I was younger. And I never got too far into it, and, like, kind of wanted to.
Reaching 30% of pressure threshold.
Plus, the idea of Dragon Quarter does kind of fascinate me. I want to give it the time that it deserves. What am I supposed to...
Reaching 50% of pressure threshold.
I've also heard it's a good series. Somebody told me it was. Number 1. Yeah, I'd like to go through Dragon Quarter, especially with you there as well, Bane. Too many steps there. Like, I'd like to go through Dragon Quarter with you there as well, Bane, because we've discussed it in the past, that you don't like Dragon Quarter and there are good reasons for it. But also, my research found that the European version of Dragon Quarter was altered and made worse over the American version. But I'd like to go through the American version and see how it compares. Yeah, it's one of those games that you feel like, maybe would be worth giving it another chance. But like I say, I don't remember what the specifics were. Like, you can reset at any time in the American version, maybe, which is an integral part of the game, but you can't in the European version, which really cripples it. I don't know. I don't remember the specifics. This just takes me back up, right? Yeah. If you had the same kind of dedication as Teak did, I'd see about like just setting up a specific day to go through some of these series. Like Teak's got his turn-based Tuesdays, where he's just been going through Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy for, at this point, literal years. Absolutely fucking not forgetting that. Kick it. Your soul should be like rubberized. Yeah, Breath of Fire would be... It'd be cool to go through it and see why, like, get the emotional context for why people hate Capcom for constantly fucking baiting a Breath of Fire re-release, or a Breath of Fire sequel. It's crazy, because, like, it's not like JRPGs aren't profitable anymore. Like, Konami's got the right idea with the Suikoden 1 and 2 remaster. Like, come round. I mean, at the very least, just like make a collection of these things. Konami. Capcom's been doing well enough with the Mega Man collections that they should just be like making collections of as many of their old series as they can. Yeah, how you doing, Isa? No, you feel free to look, buddy. Hope you're doing well, man. Honestly, I'm absolutely on board with all of these old collections as well. Because a lot of them, in more recent years, have actually been, like, really well done. I do appreciate that, Icy. Thank you so much for dropping by. It bothers me that Chris's hands do not touch the rungs of the ladder. They should make a collection with, like, a lot of the old RE games that just aren't available. There was that rumour a couple of years back that they were going to do a collection trilogy, like a trilogy collection, of the original 3 RE games for modern consoles. Which would have been a great idea. Fucking rude. Would have been on board with that. It's like all of these companies that have been around for all this time have these properties that people will pay money for. Put them in a collection, decent emulation, some decent features into them, some artwork and stuff. Like, the Mega Man Legacy collections are a good example of how to do it. They started off really simple. It's like, here's a collection of the first 6 Mega Man games. Super simple, super easy. Also, we've got like artwork from all the games. Here's a music gallery for you to just listen to all the tracks. Simple enough stuff right there. And it's great for the fans. Costs them so little to make and can make them so much money. And yet they don't. Well, Code Veronica, thankfully, Code Veronica is available on everything except PC and Switch right now. Like, Code Veronica's not so bad. But, like, the original trilogy, you can't legitimately get those on modern systems anymore. And I like collections as an idea for being able to play these old games again, as opposed to what Nintendo's doing. They're saying, hey, you want to play our NES, Super Nintendo, N64 stuff? Subscription. And it's like, no. No. I'll just buy them. Oh, you're like sticks. That's what I want. That's what I want. Like, collections is a much better idea. Yeah, the PS1 and PS2 selection available is disappointing. And again, as a subscription service, as a way to own these old, as a way to play these old games, like, no. I just want to be able to buy them and own them. Don't have to worry about them leaving the subscription service because of licensing disagreements. You have a better choice in your PS3, exactly. It's the hope that the companies have that you don't still have these old stuff, old games, these old systems. Hey, how you doing, man? You don't still have these old systems as a method for playing these games. And I've said it before, and it comes across as hyperbole, and it might be a little, but I genuinely believe, like, if Nintendo felt they could get away with it, they would say, similar to how they say all emulation is illegal, they would say playing Nintendo games on systems they no longer sell is illegal. Genuinely believe they would try that if they felt they could get away with it. Ultimately, though, it really just leads people who want to do this stuff further and further into emulation. It's like, hey, here's this game you loved as a kid. We've made it available again in a much worse format. Like so much of what Square's re-released, and how most of it is worse than it was when it originally launched. We talk about Chrono Trigger, like Chrono Cross is a good example. The Chrono Cross comes out, and it's another remaster that performs worse than its PS1 original version. And it's like, that's the only way that you're allowed to buy it now. Like, me, it does bring up a fair point, like, better choice on PS3 for now. Sony already tried shutting down the PSN on PS3 and Vita. People made an outcry against it. Sooner or later, that's not gonna be enough to stop them from doing it. Want the jolt. Yeah, they're absolutely going to do it again. The craziest thing is, though, like, we've seen just how well things can sell when companies will repackage and re-release old games that aren't previously available. This is a fantastic example. This game was previously only available on GameCube and the Wii. And then Capcom finally put it out on a modern system, and it was the best-selling digital PS3 game ever the week it came out. It's not even just digital purchases. The further forward we go, the more and more these systems rely on updates. Alright, 356. Red, green, orange, 365. Red, green, orange, 365. Like, how long before you put in a game and the update that it needs to function isn't available anymore? Especially in the current situation we fucking put up with, where every game requires a day one patch. Final Fantasy 15, a game that is literally incomplete even if you have everything. Two or three. But it's another point, Final Fantasy 15 had a day one patch. I don't remember if it was like made it playable at all. It can't have been that because people would have had to review it before launch. Like I do remember, like there was the thing. Final Fantasy 15 was in development for like 15 years. It wasn't. It was in development for like. And it was finally coming out, and they said, "Hey, we're also going to be releasing a sizable day one patch." Yeah, I feel like that's the wrong mindset to have, Icy. And it also ties into just the mindset that publishers have these days anyway, of you should be paying more for games because they cost more to make. And it's like, here's a cool idea, how about you release a finished product before we start talking about how much we should be paying for things. Ties back into the problem of developers saying like, oh yeah, no, we need microtransactions and such to justify, to like make back the money because the price tag isn't enough. It's like, cool, so if we increase the standard price of games, does that mean we're going to stop having microtransactions? No. Should be. That's a point redemption I should put on. That complete playthrough of FF15 I was wanting to do. Reminds me of when Persona 5 came out, like the original release of Persona 5, and it surprised me that there was not a patch for it. I got the game, I was able to put it in my PS4, it installed, and then that was it, I could play it. Didn't have to wait for a stupid patch, like a stupid huge patch to download. As far as I'm aware, the original version of Persona 5 was never patched in the West. it never required one. Rebecca, where are you? Yeah, the idea I had with Final Fantasy 15 was to, like, do all of it. All of it that was released in game form anyway. Because, like, I'm not watching the movie again. Because it was shit. I'm not watching the prequel anime. I'm not reading the book that ties everything up. Rebecca's just not here. I should get another herb. Like, my thought with it was, like, go through FF15, all the game stuff. Like, the episode Duske demo that came out with Type 0 HD, the Platinum demo, and then, like, the full game with all of its DLC. All the DLC. I have it on PC now. I got the Windows edition, which is the Royal edition, just on PC. And then, like, the Arden DLC is so often on sale because nobody wants it. We should never let Square forget that bullshit. If Final Fantasy 15 finally comes out and it is so obviously unfinished, and they're patching story content into the game, and the DLC is clearly made up of stuff that should have been in the product that was released. That's the thing, like, you can make all this extra stuff around the release. As, like, Kingsglaive can be fine, it can add details to the world, should not be essential. Brotherhood can be fine. It can add details to the characters, but it should not be essential. The book should not be the final conclusion of the story, but it is because they intended to conclude the story through a second season of DLC. Why is a book missing? Book? Yeah, it's always the thing, like, having extra stuff around the main product can be fine, but the main product should be perfectly enjoyable and understandable on its own. Should be able to stand up alone. Now, let me just pause this. There we go. Pause button is not. It's like Final Fantasy 15 comes out. The idea we originally saw it. Run through a lot of filters because, like, it took so long to finally the damn thing. And the game's incomplete. There's no getting around it, the game was incomplete. So they're patching story content in it, and they have the season pass. The first red flag about the map, the way they were setting all of this up to just be a cash cow, was, I think, first made obvious with the Ultimate Edition. You bought the Ultimate Edition of Final Fantasy 15, and you got the game, you got a statue, you got the soundtrack, you got the movie, you got the prequel anime. You didn't get the season pass, which I think was probably the first sign of exactly where Square was going to go with this. Like, you'd spend all that money. It was an expensive collection. It was like £250. And, like, you get it. You spend all this money, and you don't get the season pass, so if you will still have to buy the season pass. And then, of course, the Royal Edition comes out, and that comes with the season pass and a bunch of extra content. You bought the original game, and you bought the season pass, you then have to buy the Royal Pass separately. That's more monetization. And then on top of all of that, with a game that was still incomplete, Square announced they were going to be releasing more DLC. And they released Episode Arden. And at this point, I think people had probably had enough by the time of the Royal Edition. But the Episode Arden DLC really let Square know. Because, as far as I'm aware, it didn't sell well. Which is hilarious, because it's not expensive. It's pretty fucking cheap. Even at its full price, it's pretty cheap. It's like £4. But we were at the point now where Square finally learned that people were tired of this bullshit monetization of having to keep paying more and more and more and more in hopes of eventually having a complete story. And so, at the end of it, one hit. We'll take one hit. At the end of it, the Arden DLC doesn't really sell. Square cannot justify the price it will take to make the price they'll have to pay to make the other DLC. So they cancel it and finish Final Fantasy 15 story in a book. And that's ultimately all of it. Final Fantasy 15's entire story. And it ends up being wrapped up in a book because nobody was willing to pay for more of it because they'd taken the piss too much. And then Kingdom Hearts 3, yeah. The Remind DLC that's like £25. At this point, I have Kingdom Hearts, like all of it except Remind and Melody of Memory. And I'm not interested in all of it. $15.99. Yeah, that figures. Final Fantasy X-2 HD and FF12 Zodiac Age have been out for years now, and the lowest I ever see them go is 50% off. Compare that with Crystal Chronicles Remaster, which nobody wanted it because it was a bad remaster, and so that goes on sale for like £10 all the goddamn time. I've debated buying it several times because it's £10. Well, good to know Rebecca accomplished nothing. Crystal Chronicles is great. The problem with Crystal Chronicles was always how much of a pain it was to play multiplayer. The remaster had the choice of, had the option of fixing that, and it doesn't. Oh yeah, I'm not going to say, like, 10.10.2's price isn't justified. Just, like, for a game, for a collection that's as old as it is, you would expect it to have gone lower. Oh, there you fucking are.
You scared me. You okay?
Yeah, it's dead. But... Richard... he's... gone.
I'm sorry.
It's my fault.
Yeah, it is.
I should have watched out for him.
Watched out is two
Found a
words.
pharmaceutical room. I think I can come up with something useful. I'll be there. I'm glad you're still okay.
Well, Christ, the Crystal Chronicles remaster, for one, doesn't have local multiplayer. Bear in mind, the game was originally a local game. It's just you had to play it with Game Boy Advances hooked up to your GameCube.
This room is equipped with all sorts of medical supplies.
All the Game Boy
Want me to
Advance
treat
actually
your
added
wounds?
Yeah, would you?
the game was you had a map you could look at. That was it. There was never a good reason for
Thanks.
it to require Game Boy Advances for multiplayer.
Be strong, Rebecca.
Boy, you're fucking great at this, Chris. So yeah, it should have just had local multiplayer. The remaster doesn't. No good reason why. So it's online only. You are still restricted to the same screen. You can't move beyond the screen. So it doesn't do the main thing that the GBA or online gameplay could have added. And like, I understand there's the issue with using the crystal
Chris,
chalice,
you're alive.
having to be within that
My
protected
words
bubble.
exactly. Where's Jill? Thought you were with her.
Yeah, I know. We got separated.
I see. Anyway, we better find a way out of here before we turn into zombie food. Got any suggestions, Wesker?
We should get a better grip on the situation. There must be areas still to be explored in that other mansion. Chris, I want you to check them out one more time. I'll continue my investigation here.
Sure thing.
Yep. And beyond that, the online is incredibly laggy. It's an action RPG with incredibly laggy multiplayer. But it's the only way to play multiplayer. Yeah, you're stuck with the chalice, is the miasma. Oh yeah, I got Rebecca too. Like, they had an opportunity to right a major wrong. And allow people to play what was actually a really good multiplayer game, actually multiplayer. And they didn't. There's also the thing of, like, you join another player's game online, the only person who gets the progress is the player who's hosting. Yeah, there's no point in playing Crystal Chronicles, like, two-player, for the most part, because you're just replacing the Moogle with another player. Maybe I'll show off Crystal Chronicles at some point. I can put this up. Yeah, Crystal Chronicles is just, like, way worse for it. Well, one thing that the original game had that was kind of neat was, because everybody was on the same console, everybody was shared on the same memory card, every character created a new family in the town, which was great. Like,
This is
everybody's
Brad.
family had a
If you
different...
can't answer me, somehow give me a sign.
Chris to Brad. Can you hear me? Brad.
And then
Damn.
everybody... Like, you could have a party member who was, like, the blacksmith's son. And then you could get discounts at the blacksmith because you had the blacksmith's son in your party. And, like, it works as a group thing. Which is why they really should have kept the idea of being able to play local. Fuck off. Not deal... I don't need the crank. I don't need the crank right now. Hey, Amanda. Oh, you bastard. Add Crystal Chronicles... Add Crystal Chronicles to the list of games that Teek and I will probably talk about doing together at some point. Through, like, emulation magic. You motherfucker. Fucking dogs. Oh fucking god, if I die here, we're done. I gotta get past like 2 hunters. Good thing I left this first aid spray. Also on the list. I like a lot of what Crystal Chronicles does. It has a nice art style, it has a cool world, interesting idea for its world design. The soundtrack's really good. It's a little repetitive with its combat system, yes, but it's made for multiplayer. It's a game that would absolutely hold up in every way if you were able to play it multiplayer. Oh, thanks, Wesker. Wesker's such a pal. I honestly forgot that he'll fix the doorknob. Alright, so I'm going to take this. Right, the door is locked. Oh no 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 no. Ridiculous bastard. Yeah! Fucking predator noise at me. Yeah! Like, there's like 3 games on GameCube that use the I'm gonna keep one of these on me. I hate Chris's small. There's like 3 games on GameCube that use the Game Boy Advance connectivity for multiplayer in interesting ways. Crystal Chronicles, technically. But the 2 real stars of that idea were Four Swords Adventures, The Legend of Zelda Four Swords Adventures, which is fucking fantastic if you can ever get like a group of people to play it with you. And Pac-Man Versus, which is also really goddamn good. I should save. Like, in Four Swords Adventures, you have the game on the main screen, but it's got Minish Cap graphics, which allows it basically to also display on the Game Boy Advance. So whenever a player goes into a room, a house, or a cave or whatever, they do it alone, and they see themselves on the Game Boy Advance. They navigate on the Game Boy Advance with that. And it's pretty cool, it's a cool idea. And it's also a fun cooperative / competitive Zelda game. And I really wish Nintendo would just make it available on a modern system. And with Pac-Man Versus, what you get is you use one Game Boy Advance, and the person who uses the Game Boy Advance is Pac-Man. And they can see the entire maze on the Game Boy Advance screen. And it's a regular game of Pac-Man. The other 3 players play as the ghosts on the TV. And they only see like a small area of the maze around them. And it's great, it's a lot of fun. And Namco ported that to the DS. If you have Namco Museum on DS, you get Pac-Man Versus on there, and it works over DS Wireless, and it is so fun. Going the complete wrong way. I remember, was it you or Chance who first came up with that? Because I remember being there when that idea was first thought of, and was like, that's incredibly dumb. Also, I would love to see it. Sure, there's supposed to be a hunter on this floor. Bastard round the corner. Alright. But yeah, those games, the GameCube games that require the you test it out in the past, it absolutely does work. I can imagine it works, because the Game Boy Player is essentially a Game Boy Advance, has all the hardware for it, and has the slot for the link port, for the link cable. So I can't imagine a reason why it wouldn't work. But yeah, the GameCube games that require Game Boy Advances and GameCube's Game Boy Advance link cables to play multiplayer are all absolutely worth playing, because they're all actually really fun. It's just a shame that there's so much of a pain to do. Stand there looking at the Switch. What a nice book. Middle of Eagle. You might ask why I'm skipping all of these files and stuff. They're the same files we read in the jail scenario. Ah, yeah. Yeah, like collections. Collections of stuff. Cheap, simple to do, you throw a few little goodies in them. This is a bad idea. I would be really hesitant to touch any of that while I'm like ankle deep in water. But you make your old games playable again, you make them purchasable in a specific format, so you can actually purchase it. not just subscribe to own to be able to play it for a period. You throw some like original concept art in there, sound library. The Mega Man collection's got really cool with like a lot of this extra stuff they put in there. I think the X-Legs collections has stuff like pictures of the tie-in action figures. Stuff like the tie-in action figures. Alright, thanks joining us, mate. You take care of yourself, buddy. We'll catch you later. The tie-in action figures, some trailers, like TV commercials for them. And like, it's really cool stuff. And it's so simple for companies to make. And then especially if a company can turn around and somehow manage to reobtain the licensing for a beloved IP to do. By which, of course, I do mean the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga collection. Like, whoever saw that happening? And, like, not only is it amazing that it exists, it's also a fantastic collection. I hate Chris only having 6 inventory slots. How you doing, Amanda? Like, I'm not even into the Ninja Turtles games, and I think the Cowabunga collection is so goddamn cool. Can't believe that ended up actually happening. Alright, so we're actually pretty close to a box. So... I thought it was a different... I am P3P. Awesome. This door, yeah. I'm doing alright. Leave one helmet key door. Stuff like Atlas finally fucking releasing Persona 4 and Persona 3 on modern systems is also nice. And yeah, people have been complaining about it being Persona 3 portable rather than FES. And... one, it's better to have any version of it than like no version. And 2, portable is so much more playable than FES. Like, going through FES for the stream, like, it had been years since I actually sat down to play FES. And FES is so much harder to play than portable is. Like, portable had so many nice quality of life features. To the chief, David. I need to stop downstairs to drop. Go. Awesome. Should have left this late, I should. Some of that, thank you. None of that, thank you. Dining room. Oh, I did put that in, didn't I? I thought I'd left it there, and I actually ended up using it. I can... No, it'd be quicker to go through upstairs. That's the Mo disc. That first step towards saving Jill. That lying bastard said he was watching me with love and support. He's playing fucking Nioh too. You think you know a guy? You know, that was pretty satisfying. Yeah, let's dump some stuff off so we can get going. Also got ready for the bonfire. Need to grab that battery as well. Yeah, doing an SMT1 on Sunday will be nice. Want to go through the original. All of its All of its classic goodness. In the SMT series, before the introduction of one of the best battle systems, Western system. No, there's no point picking it up right now. I only have one slot. Oh hell, I can lose you right in the storm. Okay. I'm gonna pick up one of these herbs for safety. Ah, you big snaky bitch. First there's a huge snake chase and show some bloody urgency. The way it's positioned in its head really reminds me of the Jafar fight from Aladdin on Super Nintendo. Success. Well, it's... Alright. Anything else I'm after? God damn it. Well, I think that's everything we need out of the mansion. I don't want to go this way. Or the other door. I'm also absolutely not dealing. This is one thing that Remake does right that Zero doesn't do. A sense of progression and, like, conclusion. We'll get into it as we get to Zero, but with Zero it just feels like you're constantly moving the goalposts. Like, you know you've got a goal, and the goal just keeps moving further up. You accomplish one thing, which leads to another thing, which leads to another thing, and it feels never-ending. Need to be careful with the shotgun ammo. And then all of a sudden, you're just at the end of the game. It doesn't feel like it's built up to anything. He's not a Crimson Head yet, so we'll never have to deal with him as a Crimson Head. He's not coming back out. One thing I'll give Zero is, like, the opening is pretty solid. I think the Ecliptic Express is one of the most interesting settings in the series. Does it make it a good setting? Not particularly. It's a little too full of back and forth for so early in the game. And it introduces the tedium of the character switching very quickly. But the concept of it is very interesting, and I like a lot of what it does. But, like, once you're off the train, the game just maintains, like, a steady line of meh. And like you say, it feels like it never actually ends up getting going. And then you're done, you're just at the final boss. No build-up, no anything. It's a game that's so light on story as well. Which is weird. Because, like, oh yeah, see the origins of the Resident Evil series. How the mansion incident happened. That is a 2D background. That is really bad. Look at that. That's a picture on the window frame. That's not even outside the window frame. That's really bad. Yeah. It's like, see the origins of Resident Evil. How the mansion outbreak happened. And then it doesn't actually show you how that happened. It just says, oh, it wasn't an accident. It was Opera Boy. And then that's it. And most of Bravo's squad dies off screen anyway. So the two ideas that it could have had, showing the outbreak or showing us Bravo team, neither of those happened. Oh, there we go, I was muted. I think the tech was there. I don't think the tech is what held it back. I think poor design choices are what held it back. I don't think co-op in this idea would ever work. Like, if you're sharing a screen. Like, fixed camera angle co-op with the camera angles this close would never work. And that's what the red jewels. Yeah, you'd have to be on separate screens to make something like this work, like Outbreak does. But beyond anything, like, Outbreak has interesting settings. Probably helped by the fact Outbreak doesn't have a continuing storyline, it's just separate scenarios. There we go. Yeah, like, once you're off the train, you go through the training facility, and then you end up underground in the sewers, you end up in the cable car, the elevator section from RE2 for no good reason. That just happens. And it won't let you explore, which is like, why? And it doesn't even give you a good reason for not letting you explore. It's being a freaking... It's being a tease, and it knows it. And it accomplishes nothing by doing so. And you're just going through corridors and disused facilities and stuff. And then all of a sudden you go down a corridor and you're at the final boss. And nothing has been accomplished. We haven't learned anything new about any of the characters. We learn why Billy was arrested. Like, properly, and that's it. If you enjoy it as a game, I'm not going to take that away from you. I see. I just think it's really boring. Yeah, the bosses are underwhelming. Just the enemy design in general. Almost every enemy is just an animal. The texture on this is so low resolution. It's basically impossible to make out what it's supposed to be or what direction it's. Yeah, the story is a disappointment. And the gameplay, I think, is some of the best in the entire series. For all its problems, Code Veronica at least isn't dull. That looks. This puzzle is poorly designed. Always was. Like, you shouldn't have to shift the pieces about yourself. This should be done on. Yeah, I don't know. Like, Zero could probably do with a reimagining, reevaluation on like its entire design. I think Zero is also, more than anything, the best show that Capcom needed to stop making these games. Because it's clear they had no idea what to do with the formula anymore. And you can see it as the games go forward. Like, RE1's the original and creates the concept and it's pretty solid. RE2 is an expansion and it's bigger and better. RE3...
Rebecca, is she upstairs?
RE3 takes away a lot of the excess fluff and streamlines it down to a fine point. It's not about exploring a big location anymore, it's just straight lines. Code Veronica is where the formula starts to reach breaking point. It works, but you can see the seams. That's a combat dodge.
Rebecca,
Chris!
Rebecca,
okay?
where is your
I
gun?
didn't mean to get you worried.
we can't stay here any longer. We have to get to the others and find a way out of here. You with me?
Yes.
Then I'll go ahead. Until then, Rebecca, you're on your own. Stay cool and use your better judgment. Got it?
I can handle myself.
Good luck.
She just almost died. We can't leave her alone. Also, you cannot handle yourself. You basically almost died. Why we... This ties into the point you said earlier, Bane, of like Chris just deliberately trying to get his team members killed. But yeah, by Code Veronica, you can see the stretch. Like, themes are starting to come apart. I mean, we've disagreed on this point before, but I do think that like, continued stress, the build-up of continued stress, the fact that she's been up for like well over 24, probably close to over 48 hours at that point. And that she doesn't seem to have a weapon for some reason. I can understand a lot of it. What I don't understand is why Chris leaves her here. Chris even caused her voice to change. And her appearance. Her design in RE0, especially in the CG scenes, it's kind of like Final Fantasy X, where she looks like way more Asian in the CG scenes. Like Final Fantasy X. You down. you... Right. But yeah, Code Veronica, you can see it's starting to come apart at the seams. Code Veronica is too big. But also, unlike Resident Evil or RE2, but unlike RE2 or RE1, each of the separate areas only has one pathway to them, which makes backtracking so much worse in Code Veronica. Like, a lot of it just piles up to make it like one of the weaker experiences on the gameplay side, despite the things that it does actually get right. And the fact that it has the best story in Resident Evil. I think with Remake, they had a reprieve of sorts, because the foundation was already there with the original game. It was just about expanding upon it without doing too much. Ultimately, Remake is built on a very solid framework. And then with RE0, they had to do something completely original again, and they end up pulling out the worst of it. Slow, it's plodding, bland, the inventory system is a bad idea. There's no real story beats to it. The enemy design is uninspired and uninteresting. And, like... yeah, the hookshot. The fact that it keeps making you go back for specific items to use again. It's like, you know what Resident Evil 1 does that's a good idea? For a character with a 6-slot inventory? It doesn't use items. You know what Resident Evil 1 does that isn't a bad idea for a character with a 6-slot inventory? It doesn't use items that take up 2 slots. Which 0 is full of. And it's a really bad idea. Yeah, the elevator, which is fucking dumb. But moreover, the elevator that for some reason connects to the RE2 lab. Yeah. The two-character switching isn't necessarily a bad idea. There are ways to make it work. Imagine 2 inventories, there are ways to make it work. They should have kept the item chest. They should have had both characters have 8 inventory slots. They shouldn't have had items that take up 2 slots. They shouldn't have demanded you use the hookshot as many times as you do. But then they do the thing, like the usual thing of, oh, the guy can take more damage and is a better shot. And how do they balance that out with Rebecca when Rebecca doesn't have the extra inventory space? Oh, Rebecca can mix herbs. Which canonically makes Billy the stupidest person in Resident Evil. Because he's the only person who cannot mix herbs. playing the piano is an applied skill. If somebody can't play the piano, fair enough. Crushing things into powder and then putting those powders together, anyone can do that. A monkey could do that. Billy can't do that. And I'm convinced the only reason Billy can play the piano is so that Rebecca doesn't get... And we don't end up with the problem of, oh, Rebecca played the piano like 2 days ago. Sure, I need this cranking. There's also the thing of, like, graphics-wise, Zero has, like, the best looking... Zero has the best looking background. It's the best looking of the classic RE games. Which is a shame because it has some of the blandest environments.
Enrico!
Don't come any closer, Chris.
What happened?
Double crosser.
Enrico, wait. Enrico! Enrico!
Yeah, Remake ends up as the better looking game overall for it.
Double crosser?
The better question is, like, why isn't Enrico wearing a bulletproof vest? Let's not have a repeat of the original game here. Last one we had. Game. Yeah, like I said, I'll have to see about going through, like, the videos. Yeah, we still have all the chrono facts. I don't think any new ones had been added. Yeah, I think overall Remake ends up being the better looking game. Vice the Legend was added, you're right. That was a pretty simple one though. That was very complicated. Like achieve the rank of Vice the Legend, or has achieved Vice the Legend or something. I don't want to do that again. I'm glad I did it. I'm glad we ended up actually succeeding in it. I don't want to do it again. Stressful. Got Black Tiger now, don't we? Anyway. It's a shame they cut as much as they did out of RE2 Remake and RE3 Remake. And let's be fair, some of the redesigns for things weren't nice either. Like doing that modded RE3 make straight with the mod that applies the classic Hunter Gamma design. It's like that classic Hunter Gamma design is so much better. And it's not even like it was created for the mod, because that mod just took that design from Reverse. Because they've got them in Reverse. The classic designs in the RE engine. Yeah, I'm gonna need to pick up them. No, it's very fleshy. And completely misses the original intent of being frog-like. Yeah, they changed the Gamma's design in RE3 Remake to have like fins, not like chicken wings. Chicken wings. A little better as bipedal frogs than bringing little chicken wings. Yeah, the bipedal frog design's better. I don't think the Hunter beta redesign is as good either. They look too much just like regular hunters. Well, in the original game it was betas. I assume they're not alphas in RE3 Remake because the mouth is different from like regular hunters. But I assume they were still betas, just like redesigned. It could be for gameplay purposes, like the mouth is different and there's the headpiece gets blown away. Yeah, that's pretty much my thought as well. Like a tougher carapace to protect the brain specifically. It's a similar thing with FF7 Remake, where I like a lot of the designs that are taken from the original game. I feel like a lot of designs from that time period were just more interesting. And then anytime you come up against a new monster in FF7 Remake, it just looks a lot more generic. I don't know, I feel like monster design just isn't as interesting as it used to be. It's possible it's due to like an over design. Like things being over designed because now we have the graphical fidelity to display so much more. I don't know. I remember looking at in FF7 Remake and thinking, that looks great. The original design was still clear and present, and they just made it like a higher fidelity model, and I loved the way it looked. And then seeing Genova Dreamweaver, and it's like, okay, I can see the original Genova design here, and I appreciate it. Like, a lot of the new stuff that's been added to make it a unique Genova felt like very generic modern design. And I was discussing it with Clem. Possibly on stream, possibly not, I don't remember. But I was discussing it with Clem. And I compared, like, some of its design elements to the molded from RE7. Like, specific kind of colour, the texturing. And it looks way less interesting, I feel. That's my opinion, anyway. Where's all my handgun ammo? Oh, there it is. This shouldn't be a thing of me having to keep pressing this. Especially not when it's so slow. Alright, I'm an idiot. Alright. 4, 2, 3, 1. Alright. Answer's staring me right in the face. Yeah, we'll probably get this finished tonight. And then have a convenient hiatus to avoid playing RE0. Saw something flashing. Yep, then RE0. Reminds me, I need to set up the network system for Outbreak again. I've lost that. The good news is, like, it was actually really easy to set up. I'll avoid you, Destiny. Play it once and never play it again. I think from the costumes we've got, one thing I will give zero credit for is, like, you can change the costumes at any time. It's like, that's really... So we can go through, like, several costumes. Alright. Start there. Yeah, I got room. Yeah, Rebecca gets way more than Billy, and the ones that Billy gets aren't really that good. Like, I don't like Rebecca's cheerleader outfit or her... Was it a nurse outfit? Yes. There are two outfits she gets that I really don't like. Like, I like her OG costume. I like her director's cut costume. I like her prototype costume with the beret, the white beret. I think that's really neat. I'm impartial to the basketball outfit. I appreciate that it's there. But then, like, Billy gets the, I think, like, the only alternate costume Billy gets that's any good is the suit with the sunglasses. And the rest are all awful. Like, he gets a Wolf Force outfit from Mercs, which I think is like Commando 3 Mercs. I don't like that. And the Cody outfit from Street Fighter Alpha 3. Also don't really like that. Could have done anything. Like, I get that Rebecca has more to take from because they've given her outfits from, like, the other stuff that she's been in. So it's like, okay, you're going to specifically have Billy's costume referencing other Capcom games. Fair enough. Mercs and Street Fighter Alpha 3 is a weird choice. Mega Man would have made more sense. Onimusha. Devil May Cry. Beautiful Joe. Captain Commando if you wanted to go with like some of the old stuff. Like just 2 and just Street Fighter Alpha 3 and that. And it's weird. Weird choice. I don't know about Guile. My thought with stuff like this is usually like 1 is enough. 1 Street Fighter costume's enough. Well, there's been no music for a long time now. Wish Capcom and SNK would do another Capcom versus SNK. Especially with SNK making like such a great comeback. With stuff like Samurai Showdown and King of Fighters 14 wasn't great at launch, but it got better. I've heard 15's pretty good. And like, Capcom doing another Versus game would probably be good for them. It's just they shouldn't do another one with Marvel after MVC Infinite. And how Disney basically fucked them over with it. Just... And we don't do that. We go with another fighting game company again. Better idea. Capcom versus SNK 3. Or just a Capcom fighting game. Like Capcom Versus, but like Capcom versus Capcom. Focus on their own stuff. I actually get anything out of here. Like Capcom versus Capcom. I remember that crazy huge roster MVC2 had. Oh, there it is. There's like, one thing I appreciate about the Marvel vs. Capcom games going forward from MVC2 was that they had so many more properties to take from. MVC2 is still kind of heavy on the Street Fighter representation. But it's got a lot of other good representation there. Resident Evil's represented with Jill Valentine. And she's way more fucking fun to play than she is in MVC3. Yeah, when I went through Infinite... I like the concept of MVC Infinite storyline. And like, I've said it before, and I will always stand by it. The intro to Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite being like, okay, we're in Asgard, and Ultron drones are around, and Captain America's shield bounces between them, hitting them all, and then Mega Man X catches it. And like, I cannot express exactly why I thought that was so goddamn cool. But it was pretty cool. I love that. Yeah, But MVC2 also had characters represented, like Captain Commando was in there, Jin from Star Gladiator, Tronbon. Like, you had a lot of their older stuff also represented. And then MVC3 came around, and they'd had so many, like, fairly big hits since. Like, Devil May Cry had come out between MVC2 and MVC3. That got to be represented. Dead Rising had happened. Phoenix Wright had happened. Like, the roster of MVC3, while being small, is, like, way more varied, and also probably better at pleasing the fans. Because it was more, like, well-known modern stuff. But, like, I feel like a Capcom versus game, or just like Capcom versus Capcom, could be great for bringing those two sides together. And having just like more representation from the stuff that we don't see represented enough anymore. Like, maybe have more than one Darkstalkers character. Maybe have somebody who isn't Morrigan again. Like, don't get me wrong, I like Morrigan. Well, you remember when the series used to also be represented by, like, Dimitri and Felicia and Shenko? Some more Musha representation in a little more Mega Man stuff. It was nice that Team had both Mega Man X, but I think MVC3 I did it fine by just having by just having Zero, and then having X as a separate skin from Zero. Like, just one of Zero's, like, I say one of Zero's skins, like Zero's skin. Because MVC3 had one skin for each character in like 8 different colours. Which was good for some characters, not for others. There were no changes to the models. It was just like a different colour for the model. So for some of them it was fine. Like Spider-Man. Spider-Man's costume has been largely the same. I'm hoping, Seek, but you know what it's like. I'll have all this health and then it'll all be in the chest. Man, almost 4 years.
You're a bit of a mess up. Chris, take a piece of the action.
Alright. Let's go. That was quick. Almost 4 years, yeah. Honestly, you can understand why, Teak. It's so much less fun to play. The six inventory space limit is just so much less fun to deal with.
I'll investigate this area a little further.
Cool, I'll see you in the lab where you betray me. Yeah, 4 years in May. Four years of me just rambling on and playing video games adequately. If there's a mod to increase Chris's inventory to 8 slots like Jill, it would definitely be less of a pain to go through. So the room randomizer usually ends up with you skipping this room entirely. Yeah, that's what I said. I don't know. Like Jill though. Jill as a fighter in Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is so much more enjoyable to play as than Chris, Jill, or Nemesis in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. I should spend more time on MV3. No, MVC2. No, I'm thinking like just in my own time. Because I got my my handheld emulator and it can do Dreamcast. And Dreamcast version of MVC2 is like, fantastic. The only downside of it versus the HD version that I've got on PS3 is that it doesn't have all the characters unlocked from the start, but that's easily. Alright, time for our last save. Yeah, part of my problem is, like, aside from the fun nature of a crossover fighting game, I've never been super into Capcom fighting games. I like Darkstalkers, I'm just not particularly good at it. And I'm more into the concept than the gameplay, honestly. Like classic monsters fighting in a fighting game. I think it's a really cool idea. It's part of the reason why I wish Capcom would bring it back. Yeah, I can definitely understand that, Sieg. That's where I'm at with Darkstalkers. The last Capcom fighting game I played was MVC Infinite. And by last, I mean like the latest. Mostly because Capcom has stopped doing anything that isn't Street Fighter, and I do not give a f about Street Fighter. And I've said before, if I'm gonna like sit down and actually play a Street Fighter game to the point where I'm gonna get good at it, I'll do Third Strike. That'll be it. I will not do another. It's entirely because Street Fighter 3 Third Strike fascinates me as a fighting game. The idea of the parry system, really cool. Like, the way it works is, like, when you don't hold a direction, when you're not doing anything, or you hold back in a fighting game, most fighting games will have you block. And that's true of Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. But Third Strike also has the option to tap forward, and you have a very small window of opportunity for it. I think it's like a 1/10 of a second. It's like 10 frames maybe. Not a 1/10 of a second. 1/10 of a second? Maybe a 1/10 of a second. It's like 10 frames maybe. Like, it's a very small window. And if you tap forward at the exact right moment, at the right time, you parry instead of block. And the advantage to that is blocking you'll still take damage from blocking. It's referred to as chip damage. It chips away at your health. But a successful parry means you take absolutely no damage. It's a high risk, high reward kind of thing. And I think it's an absolutely fascinating idea in a fighting game. And I'm always like embolstered by that one Evo moment. Like Evo moment 27, I think it is. Justin Wong versus Daigo. Where Daigo did the impossible. And it's just like conceptually absolutely amazing. There's like a parry is like a tenth of a frame. A tenth of a second, it's like 10 frames. Justin Wong has Daigo down. Justin Wong's playing Ken, Daigo's playing Chun-Li. He has him down, like very little health left. And Justin Wong does Chun-Li's super, which is like 17 kicks. Absolutely, I could absolutely believe it is the hypest moment. It's like 17 kicks. Each kick counts as an individual attack. Daigo does not have enough health to survive that through blocking. So it's 17 hits. Never been done before. Nobody'd ever successfully parried all 17 hits. Partly because it's a combination of high, mid, and low kicks. So Justin Wong does it, and everyone's like, that's it, it's over. Justin Wong has won. Daigo then successfully parries 17 hits. In a move that had never been done before. Nobody'd ever seen anybody successfully parry that. And then responds with Ken's Ultra, Ken's Super. And wins. And it's like the hypest moment. A man achieved the impossible, overcame the barrier that nobody thought was possible, and wins. Through 17 successful consecutive parries. And that moment alone made Daigo a legend. Daigo then went on to have a very illustrious career as a Street Fighter Pro professional player. I think he still plays it. And like, seeing it isn't enough to like understand why it's so hype. You have to understand the history of like that move, because that changed everything. Justin Wong did nothing wrong. He did exactly what any player would have done, the smart move. Pull off the move that nobody has ever successfully parried. Because if he blocks, you've won. It changed the rules. It changed the entire playbook. Suddenly anything was possible if you were good enough. And it's really cool. And it's stuff like that that makes me like want to get into Street Fighter Third Strike. If I was going to get into like any Street Fighter game. It's so cool. this is also back in the day before it was like a regular enough thing to see people doing impossible, crazy stuff. Like, this was before people were beating Dark Souls with dance pads and Guitar Hero controllers. Like, there were the days where the sky was the limit. And then Daigo went to space. And to be Justin Wong in that moment, I wouldn't even be mad. It's like, hey, the guy you were fighting had to literally do the impossible to beat you. God damn, what does that say about you? It says enough about you. Or Magnum ammo. Yeah. Ultimately, I'm just not super into Capcom fighting games. Not as into fighting games as I used to be. Not even the focus for them anymore. Can't just... Can't just sit at home for like 4 hours and play a fighting game anymore. Look. What to do? Got the string to do. I've still barely played Guilty Gear Xrd. Eight 462. Amazing how you hold on to that for like the entire game and it's absolutely pointless. The third Mo disc. Just thinking of something, I forgot what it was. Yeah, I've barely played Guilty Gear Xrd since buying it. I was so hyped they were bringing Guilty Gear back. But I thought Arc System Works had decided to just stop making them. Thought they were done with the series, thought they were just going to do BlazBlue. Blaze, I'm never sure how to pronounce that, because it looks like BlazBlue, but I've heard people call it BlazBlue. Yeah, then they put out Guilty Gear Xrd, and I finally got around to picking it up, and I've just barely played it. And now, like, yeah, Strive's out. And they brought Testament back, and I fucking love playing as Testament in Accent Core Plus. Or Accent Core Plus and Accent Core. I wouldn't mind picking up Dead or Alive 6. Oh, you're a Crimson. Well, see ya. Yeah, I wouldn't mind picking up Dead or Alive 6. Although part of that's, like, not just the whole issue of not playing fighting games enough anymore. Part of that's down to, like, the bullshit DLC practices Koei Tecmo keeps doing. I was talking about it with Kiera the other day. We were just looking at the season passes for DOA 6. And it's like, Season 1, you get 2 characters and like 50 costumes. And it's £75. Oh yeah, the modus that was in there. In Season 2, you get 1 character and like 70 costumes. And it's basically the same price. Same with Season 3 and 4. You get 1 character and just a lot of costumes. And these season passes are like £70. That guy's gonna become a Crimson Head when I'm leaving. Yeah, it's just frustrating. I like Dead or Alive. It's a good fighting game series. I can't tell if he's become a Crimson Head. Alright. One thing that is pretty nice is they've made all the DOA games playable on Xbox. So you got Dead or Alive Ultimate, which was a compilation, like, enhanced releases of DOA 1 and DOA 2, exclusive to Xbox. They're selling them separately, which is frustrating, but like the fact that they're at all is nice. DOA 3 is there, and DOA 4. And you can just buy DOA 5 and DOA 6. Buy DOA? I don't know. Do you mind? This is where I start. Yeah, there's another mode desk. Absolutely abused the analog movement. Yeah, so if you remember what these consoles looked like when we played this on GameCube, you can still see the GameCube base there, but all they've done is remove the buttons from the top and the line that shows where the disc tray would be. They should have restored that for the Switch version. Like, that would have been a nice idea. I'm going the wrong way. I don't want to go there. Sure there was a zombie in this corridor. Anyway. We can probably swap the handgun out for the assault shotgun, just like, completely. You know? One magnum. We could potentially swap out the pistol and the shotgun for the magnum at this point. Getting close to it. Drop you. Get the other Mo disc. How do I use that? I should definitely have herbs on me for when I go into the power generator room. Fucking kind of. Alright. I'm glad that we seem to be getting the good ending on this as well. That means, like, I moved that. Don't bullshit me. Means that our entire run of RE games through the 10 years of Resident Evil have all ended with, like, the best endings. I count Barry showing up in RE3 as the best ending for that game. The ending. Look at those monsters! I have the list of like what the sound alerts were in the Discord. I should be able to remember exactly what they were from the commands. I have a list, like the list of the commands is still on the Discord. I should be able to remember what they were from the commands and see about getting them again. None of that. I still think this is like the dumbest thing to put in a Resident Evil game. Like, they should have absolutely looked at Castlevania 64 and thought, this wasn't a good idea there. I remember when Clem was doing this on stream. Yeah, I think he was playing as Jill. Not Chris specifically. But I remember when Clem was playing REmake on stream. And somebody told him a faster way of doing this. Like, you can run so many steps, then stop, then run, and stop. He wouldn't do it because he didn't trust that it would work properly or that he could do it properly. Oh yeah, that reminds me, I need to set up the Wheel of Castlevania. You fucking... Fucking come near me. Yeah. Like, there's a bunch wrong with Castlevania 64. I will never say that it is a flawless game, because it really isn't. But, like, the part that is so much worse than any other part of that game is dealing with the nitro. And it's basically the same as this. You can't run, but also you can't jump. Or get hit by monsters either, which is also in there. Can you run? You might be able to run, but with the controls in that game, you really wouldn't want to. Be way too slippy for accuracy. And they make you walk across some very thin platforms. Not a pleasant experience. It's not something I look forward to doing on stream. Might break my rule on save states for that one. No, I don't judge anybody who uses save states. I just want to feel a little more authentic when I do them. It's a personal want more than anything else. Like, I want to be able to know and show that I can do these things. The way I've already said that when we eventually do end up doing Tenchu 2 again, or probably just, possibly just the entire Tenchu series. Like, go through levels, save states before bosses. Awesome. I will not be doing Tenchu Dark Shadows or Tenchu Shadow Assault. I'm not entirely sure if you can even buy Shadow Assault anymore. The main one that's up in the air, though, is, like, would I do Tenchu 1? Yeah, like, would I do OG Tenchu? is like I'm down for 2, down for Wrath of Heaven. If I could, I'd do the Xbox version of Wrath of Heaven, Return from Darkness. Because that's the one I had when I was a kid. I've only done like a few levels of Shadow Assassins. I've never played Fatal Shadows. I've done like 1 level of Tenchu's. Never played Time of the Assassins. Oh, Tenchu there to do. But yeah, it's like when we did, when we were doing Tenchu 2 on stream. Well, my intention was to just, like, do all of Tenchu 2. And I did, what was it? I was doing it as a Yame, I think.
Rebecca!
And, like, training level was fine. The first level did it perfectly. Nope, didn't get caught. I didn't have to do any fights. Only pure stealth kills. It was beautiful. Got to the boss and died without laying a finger on him.
That's my plan, sir.
And it pissed me off. And it's always been the problem with Tenchu. The bosses are not fun because the combat isn't fun. It's a stealth game. Fighting the enemy is always supposed to be a punishment in that kind of thing.
Wesker.
So you've come. Chris, you make me proud. But of course you are one of my men.
Thanks. Since when, Wesker?
I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about.
Since when have they been slipping you a paycheck?
I think you're a bit confused. I've always been with Umbrella. And stars were umbrellas. No, rather, my little piggies. The Tyrant virus leaked, polluting this whole place, and unfortunately, I had to give up my lovely members of Stars.
You killed them with your own dirty hands!
Does it really
You
make
son of
sense
a
for
bitch!
Wesker to have ever been involved
Oh
with
yes,
Stars?
dear. Just like this.
Rebecca!
Don't move.
You...
I don't think you want to die just yet. I have something that's of some interest to you.
It's like, okay, so you want eyes on a police station, on like what the police are doing, because you are essentially like creating bioweapons at like at least 7 different places in this city. But isn't that what they pay Irons for? Why do they need Wesker there overseeing Stars? Especially when Wesker's a researcher for Umbrella. The whole thing made more sense in the original, where it was just Wesker was working for
The
Umbrella and
ultimate
betraying
life.
Stars.
Tyrant.
But at this point, like, they've already established Wesker has his own motives and
Wesker,
plans,
you've become senile!
and it makes this whole thing of Wesker
Chris,
being the captain
you'll
of
never
Stars
understand.
weird.
It's magnificent.
You can't kill me.
Come on, you test tube freak.
You might kill me. You okay, Rebecca?
Rebecca!
Chris.
It's a good thing you were wearing your bulletproof vest.
Yeah, it's a good thing you
There's
were in a
nothing left
vest,
for us to
but
do here.
like
Let's get
Enrico
moving.
wasn't for some reason. Like they really should have just had Enrico get shot in the head or something. Primogenitor virus. Oh, it's hurt, right? Okay, so RE2, RE3, and Code Veronica references here. Weird that Wesker just has a research journal from Birkin, though. That's the computer. Anyway. Yeah, the whole retcon of Wesker, of like originally being an Umbrella researcher and such, and the addition of RE2 having Chief Irons working for Umbrella, it makes Wesker just being Captain of Stars weird. Why? Why Wesker specifically? Especially when he was a researcher for Umbrella.
I found a file in the lab. Apparently, there's still a lot of tyrant virus here. We should blow this whole place up.
Right. The show must go on. I'll leave that up to you, Rebecca.
I'm on it. I'll start the self-destruct system I found a little while ago.
It's not like we're out of this yet. I'll see you on the outside.
Outside.
The Chimera doesn't kill her.
Self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all locks.
Alright, let's go save Jill. Dealing with you with a goddamn magnum and saving that for Tyrant.
All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all locks. The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all locks. The self-destruct system has been activated.
Well, this thing as well, like, oh, there's still a lot of Tyrant virus here. Let's blow the place up. Like, is there any concern about blowing it into surrounding areas?
The self-destruct system has been activated.
I mean, presumably Rebecca would know better because she's supposed to be a prodigy medical student and would potentially have some kind of knowledge about
Jill?
Chris!
virology.
You're okay.
Chris, it's Wesker.
I know. But first, let's get out of here.
Alright, let's get out of here.
Self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate.
Where did Jill get the gun from?
Deactivating and releasing all locks.
I feel like that's even more of a question now than it was in Jill's scenario of like, where did Chris get the gun from? Because we took Jill's gun.
Let's get going!
Must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all locks. The self-destruct system has been activated.
None of that.
All personnel must evacuate
If that Crimson Head, if that guy's a Crimson Head now, we're gonna get a Crimson Head Magnum kill. There he is. That was really unsatisfying.
Self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivate
Well, let's gear up.
and releasing all locks. Self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivate
One thing I will absolutely give Resident Evil credit for as a thing Nothing to say, Jill?
system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate.
is that the games, even from the start, always made sure you had inventory room for
This is Brad. Running out of fuel.
the rocket launcher or the weapon you need to kill the final boss.
Give me a sign. I repeat, this is your last chance.
And releasing all locks.
There's Rebecca.
The self-destruct system has been activated.
Like, the fuse unit or the battery in the original, like, you specifically need room for it.
Deactivating and releasing all locks.
And then once you put it in, that's it, you're locked into the end.
3 minutes to
There she is.
detonation.
The self-destruct system's activated.
Good work. Brad's up in the helicopter.
And so that means, like, we get in the
things are
elevator
coming.
automatically, so we
I'll
have
take
room
care
for
of
the
them.
rocket launcher.
Chris, you just get in contact with Brad somehow.
Okay.
I sounded like a hunter and you're going at it with handguns. An RE2 with the spark plugs. Freeing up space for the rocket launcher to make sure you have the space. It's good design, and I absolutely appreciate it. Especially, like, in 1996, that kind of design is not common. Games in 1996 wouldn't be all that surprising to see them not warn you about this kind of thing. Like, yeah, you go into the final battle without room for the thing you need. Well, sucks to be you.
Chris!
You okay?
Yeah.
Come on, get the good ending. Get the good ending. Hey, fuckface. That's right. These camera angles are not well designed for this fight. Oh! Crap. Stand back, Chris. I have this. It's good to see that she reloaded, though, because, like, she's also shooting it now. Brad, do you want to throw down the rocket launcher anytime soon? Jeez.
use it! Kill it, whatever it is!
It's just a big naked man. Can't let him take Rebecca. Game over. Yeah! First try. Presumably the helicopter just has like a cruise control setting. Big naked man hits hard. Thank you, Isa. And that is Remake. Both good endings. I'm happy with that. They should have updated these credit sequences with like the new footage. Like they should have absolutely redone that because these look awful. It's just the FMV of the credits from the GameCube version. Thanks for the GGs, guys. And so that's Remake done. Next up is RE0. What is there to say about Remake that hasn't already been said? It is a really solid Resident Evil game. It's the classic RE formula refined to its highest quality, I guess. I think it looks really bad, I think it's really awkward. And it would have taken them like so little effort to just redo these credits. It's not my favourite Resident Evil. My favourite's probably always going to be 2. And I still think if you're going to start Resident Evil somewhere, you are probably best off starting it with 2. 2 is the most balanced difficulty-wise. This one starts off kind of hard. It's a game that expects you to have played a Resident Evil game before. But mechanically, it is probably the best. That's the classic.
Chris, you did a fine job.
Yeah, Closet Kid. Now at some point I've got to do this with Jill on PC so I have the data and the costumes for both. I appreciate that once you've completed it, it just tells you what the difficulty modes are.
Resident Evil.
Also, like, I appreciate the HD version just lets you choose the new costume from the start. It's an awful costume. Yeah, I can understand that, Icy, but that's also, like, the biggest hurdle to RE2. I think once you get past that, it is probably the most balanced in terms of difficulty. It has the best curve. A lot of the other games start with the curve pretty high. One thing I've never been fond of with Remake, though, is like once you've got a completed save, it's always once again. You can't just do new game. And is it after your first or your second playthrough? Every playthrough you do after that is gonna have Forrest roaming around, which I would appreciate the option to just turn off. Ugh. Why call it a gallery if it's just movie? Call it a theatre if it's just. Well, yeah, that's it. Resident Evil remake. Fun. Jill and Chris. It's been fun. Been fun going through these. This is the last high point of the classic two. And now, like now is like a mixed bag at best until RE4. Like Zero is Dead Aim is very rough. Outbreak's appeal lies entirely in its multiplayer. So like this is the last of the high points until we get to RE4. Clem, you've missed this entire thing. Good enough, Clem. We had Resident Evil. No, I appreciate you stopping by, though. Sorry you missed it all. So when 10 years of Resident Evil continues, we will be doing Resident Evil 0. Which the biggest saving grace of that is that it's one campaign. Which, after doing RE1 and RE2 and Remake, like just single campaigns is kind of a breath of fresh air, at least. Like a one and done thing. For Zero, fuck, I play it on hard mode. If they have an easy mode, I might just throw it on there, just for the sake of getting it through. Oh, Clem, Teak has redeemed the FF7 remake playthrough. We're doing that at some point. I need to turn that off because it's already been redeemed now. I got work tomorrow, but I'll probably stream in the evening. I'm off Saturday, but I'm in work really early on Sunday again. So it's probably going to be like stream tomorrow and stream Sunday. Not sure what we'll do tomorrow. We might start RE0. And then on Sunday, we'll be starting Shin Megami Tensei, the original Shin Megami Tensei game on PlayStation. We're doing the PlayStation version of that. So that should be fun. I think that's like the 4th version of SMT1. It came out on Super Famicom, it came out on Sega CD, and it came out on C-Engine Super CD. And I think PlayStation was the 4th version. And it came out on Game Boy Advance. With any luck, we can get 0 done in 2 sessions. Once we're done with that, we'll be doing Dead Aim. Outbreak and Outbreak Battle 2 are intended as part of the series. But we'll also, like, we need to work out schedules for that, for when people are available to play it. Like, try and get some people available for more, because we'll be doing it multiplayer. So after Dead Aim, we'll be jumping like pretty much straight into RE4. I have a couple of ideas of how to make RE4 interesting, a little more interesting. Because like I've got the Let's Play of RE4 where I did GameCube version. There's the stream of RE4 that I did where I did it on professional, so I'm not doing it on professional this time. So I've got a couple ideas how to make it a little more interesting. And then after that, we'll be wrapping up the 10 years of Resident Evil with Deadly Silence, the DS version of the original game. And the only repeat we'll be doing in the series. As I made the point early on, it's like I'm not doing every version of every game. Because it'd be like OG RE1, then Director's Cut, then Saturn RE1, then DualShock Director's Cut RE1, and RE2, and DualShock RE2, and then 64 RE2, and GameCube RE2, and Dreamcast RE2, and so on and so forth. The reason we'll be doing Deadly Silence is because it was released 10 years after the original, and 10 years sounds better than 9 years. And also, it's got quite a few quality of life improvements. Like, it's really a good version. If you're going to play RE1, it's the one I recommend. Yeah. Once that's done, we will be jumping straight into Shin Megami Tensei Digital Devil Saga New Game Plus, which was redeemed by Bane early in the stream. Definitely check that out, because that is also going to include an attempt at the Demi-Fiend fight, which is still considered possibly the hardest JRPG super boss. Not just her butt. If you are in, there are specific spots you can get to where the camera's pointing right at her. You can tap her butt or her chest, and she has different reactions for both. I think that's only in Rebirth mode though, and I'm not doing Rebirth mode because I hate the gimmick of it. Like, every other room you go into, you have to knife a bunch of enemies with a touchscreen before you can move on, and I hate it. After Digital Devil Saga New Game Plus will be the Final Fantasy VII Remake stream with mods. That might actually happen earlier. I might alternate between the two of them. We'll see. But definitely look forward to that. We've got a lot of really fun mods lined up for FF7 Remake. Costume mods, music mods, weapon mods, gameplay mods. So it should be a lot of fun. After we're done with those two, we'll be heading back into the scheduled stuff. We'll be doing Parasite Eve, which was originally intended for Christmas, but now is looking to be like an April stream. Two-point redemptions are gone now, so we're looking at adding more. I am intending to add the Wheel of Castlevania. The idea of that will be like you redeem the Wheel of Castlevania and we spin the wheel, and it picks a Castlevania game at random. It's an idea I'm also considering adapting for other stuff, like a wheel of games I've already played. Like, replay a game, spin the wheel, this game. And that kind of idea, that could be fun. There's not going to be a fancy graphic for that, though. Yeah, that's what we got coming up in the coming months. For those of you who missed it, because we lost the save data due to the PC issues that we had, we lost the save data for Suikoden. We've removed that from the 200 follower goal. We've moved that around now, so Suikoden 1 and 2 are now the 300 follower goal rewards. 200 has been put back to what it originally was, which is, I'm going to tend to say 1 and 2. We'll be doing those. And 250, for anybody who's curious, is Breath of Fire 1 and 2. Definitely look forward to those. You want to see those, bring in the support. I'm looking forward to playing a lot of those. I forget what I forget what order they're all in after that. Like, the follower goals we have after that are like Final Fantasy 1 and 2, Dragon Quest 1 and 2, Star Ocean 1 and 2, Tales of 1 and 2, Star Ocean First Departure, Star Ocean Second Evolution, Tales of Fantasia, Tales of Destiny. I think Wild Arms 1 and 2 is on there as well. Yeah. So those are all follower goal stuff. But it should all be fun. All stuff to look forward to. Now that we're back to streaming. I did mention earlier a thought that I did have during the stream of a point redemption to move a game up in the schedule. So if you see the schedule on the Discord, which for anybody who hasn't joined the Discord, we have the schedule channel, which has the games that I'm planning to do. There's a lot of games on there. That's games for like more than a year's worth probably. But if there are any games on there that you want to see me do sooner, like think about having a point redemption to move them up the schedule. Could be fun. Yeah, we're working on point redemption. Give you guys something to spend all the points that you've got on. But that is going to be pretty much it. So I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Bane, Teak, Beer, Icy. Oh yeah, what are you looking at redeeming, Icy? Is it the Play Any game? Manda, Clem. Is that everybody? I think it's everybody. Yeah, I think that's everybody. Oh, I'm Flame. Oh yeah, and Kira popped in. And then left and started playing fucking Nioh 2, and I saw he was doing it because I'm playing this on Steam. Popped up. Yep. Came in right at the end, Flame. Which, like, we've been streaming long enough. You've had the time. Nobody to blame but yourself. And, like, if other people were distracting you from coming in to join the stream, then blame them as well. No, it's fine. Like, never worry about it. Life happens. Yeah. Right, so we're back tomorrow with another stream. Possibly RE0. The longer I leave that, the more I'm gonna not want to do it. And back on Sunday for Shin Megami Tensei 1. That level of Alien Vendetta was fucking unbelievable. But yeah, oh yeah, Flame, you'll probably be interested in knowing that Bane has redeemed the New Game Plus playthrough of Digital Devil Saga. We'll be starting that soon. Yeah, 230 par, not a chance. Oh yeah. I don't have a specific time set for starting the streams at the minute. It's just like whenever I'm available, whenever I can. Not having like a specifically set rota doesn't. But yeah, like tomorrow we'll be back with something, probably 0. And then Sunday we'll be back with SMT. Look forward to that. See where the series started. And yeah, see if it was a strong beginning. But yeah, I want to thank everyone for joining the stream. I was really appreciate the support. Big special thanks to everyone in the chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. I don't think there's anything else to say. Yeah. Look forward to more Look forward to more point redemption. I'm gonna try and put some more on there that'll be worth doing. Should be fun. But in the meantime, I want to thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day. Let me see if the screen is going to freeze. Let's go raid magic. Let's go raid Magic. Magic is currently playing Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain. Magic is a super cool streamer, friend of the stream, hallowed be his name. Doesn't use a mic currently due to anxiety issues, but he does respond in chat if you want to converse with him. He's very big into doing challenge runs, and he is persistent and sees them through. Like, dude is absolutely fucking crazy. For those of you who do play Resident Evils, it's worth knowing that Magic has done, with his brother, did all of RE6 handgun only on No Hope, which is the hardest difficulty. Did it twice. Fantastic streamer, absolute gent. Definitely worth checking out. We're gonna go and raid him, say hi. Yeah, that's gonna be pretty much it. So, with that, not really anything else to say except thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day. And yeah, catch you next time, guys. Bye.